जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन सदा जय जय गोपगं नंद जसोदा जय जय गोपगं श्रीरामादि जय जय धेनु भक्तगं श्रीरामादि जय जय धेनु भक्तगं जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन जय राधे जय कृष्ण भानु जय सुंदरी जय भानु जय सुंदरी जय पौर्णमासी जय पौर्णमासी जय अभी नगरी जय पौर्ण जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन जय राधे जय कृष्ण श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन नमहं श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन नमहं जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय गोपीशर जय वृंदावन जय गोपीशर जय वृंदावन जय जय कृष्ण सखा बतुरी जराय जय जय गोपीशर वृंदावन जय जय कृष्ण सखा बतुरी जराय जय जय राम घाट जय जय राम घाट रही निनंदन जय जय वृंदावन बासी जात जन जय जय राम घाट रही निनंदन जय जय वृंदावन बासी जात जन जय जय विजयपति जय 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 बीज पत्नी नगर कन्यागन भक्ति जहारा पैल गोविंद जनन वीरासमंडल जय और राधाश्याम वीरासमंडल जय जय राधाश्याम जय जय रसलीला वीरासमंडल जय जय राधाश्याम जय जय रसलीला जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन नमः जय राधे जय 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 रसजलम जय जय उज्जल रसम सर्व रससार परकिया भवे जहाँ हृदय प्रचाम जय और रसम सर्व रससार परकिया भवे जहाँ हृदय जय श्री जन्नवा पाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण श्री जन्नवा पाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण दीन कृष्ण दासो नमो संकीर्तन श्री जन्नवा पाद पद्म कोरिया स्मरण कृष्ण दासो ओ कहे नमो कीर्तन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन
Oh Hare Krishna. Welcome to Vrindavan. Welcome to Govardhana. On behalf of the Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education, I wish to welcome all of you to the 20th Govardhana retreat. This has been an annual event, and we will be spending the next 5 days together here at the foot of Giriraj. Together, yes. Do not tell me that I am alone here. I don't wish to be. We have designed this event in such a way that if you remained glued to your screen, and if you lend your ears constantly to the message which will be broadcast, your mind will bring you here to Govardhana. Srila Rupa Goswami says in the Nectar of Devotion that simply by thinking of Vrindavan, simply by remembering Vrindavan, simply by hearing about Vrindavan, simply by desiring to be in Vrindavan, indeed, the same benefit is derived as by being physically in Vrindavan. Real residence in Vrindavan is not in the material body. We reside in Vrindavan through our consciousness, and the Govardhana retreat is meant to bring us to the Vrindavan consciousness. So you're all most welcome. We are here, right at the foot of Giriraj, for the next 5 days. So, as we have every year, our wonderful teachers, His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj, His Grace Burijan Prabhu, Her Grace Jagatarini Mataji, and His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu will be making their wonderful presentations. We will be hearing from them. And in between, there will be images of Govardhana, of Vrindavan. Throughout this retreat, we will be taking you to wonderful places, such as Govinda Kund, Airavata Kund. We will be taking you through the forests around Govardhana. We shall go to Manasi Ganga. We shall spend a wonderful afternoon in Surabhi Kund, witnessing the lights of love. One day, we shall spend in Teakadamba.
Hare Krishna.
I invite you to follow this program not as simply a class that you watch online. We would like you to establish, wherever you are, a space, a sacred space, where you sit daily and attend the Govardhana retreat. If you do that, you will be in Govardhana for 5 days. Our programs will start from today itself with the opening of the Govardhana retreat, which is just now coming. The teachers will introduce us to the concept of a retreat. They will introduce us to their classes. And we will have the first class today by Madhavananda Prabhu. Every day towards the end of the day's program, Mother Jagatarini will take us to the forests of Vrindavan to describe the glories of some of the trees that eternally reside here. We welcome you and we wish you a wonderful time in this retreat. Again, take it as a retreat. Do not take it as a class online. The only thing you will be missing is the prasadam. Please be with us. Hare Krishna.
Well, what I would like to do is place myself in the mood of sitting very, very close to Giriraj Govardhan and thinking that the sun is setting. And we've done this for 19 straight years. We've watched the sunset at Giriraj Govardhan, and we hear the parrots squawking and flying very low, and the devotees are walking on the Parikrama Marg. And this is exactly the time, this very special time, when Krishna is returning from cow herding, and he's bringing all the cows with him, and the dust of the cows is raised in the air. And Srila Rupa Goswami has written about this wonderful time in his Kesava Astakam. So for the last many, many, many years, I get my great pleasure from reading this. And the devotees also like to hear the description of Krishna coming back from the forest, along with the cows, just as at this exact time in Vrindavan. Would you like to hear this? It is called Kesava Astakam. This is the vision of Srila Rupa Goswami. This is what he says. I worship Lord Kesava, coming back from the forest of Braja. He wears a Priyaka flower earring, a crown of fully blossoming malati flowers, and a Brahmin thread, not of string, but of small, charming jasmine flowers. So we wish to be able to see this in our mind's eye, by Govardhan Hill as Krishna is returning just at this time. Now, here's the most difficult part, and I'm going to read this verse. Please listen, and then I'll explain my difficulty. I worship Lord Kesava, coming back from the forest of Braja. He happily calls his straying Surabhi cows, and this is what he says. Oh, Pishangi! Oh, Manikastini! Oh, Panataswingi! Pinchiksana! Madangamuki! Dumali! Sabali! Hamsi! Vamsi! Priya! And the difficulty is that usually the devotees at this time, we all call out the names of the cows of Krishna, just as Krishna called them out. So we can't do it all together. And I'm not going able to hear you unless Prashanta unmutes hundreds and hundreds of devotees. But please call out the names of Krishna's cows, and all of your unhappiness will vanish.
Hamsi!
Hamsi,
Vamsi!
Hamsi,
Priya!
Wait, just wait one moment. One moment. Okay, wait just one moment. Oh, Madangamuki!
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, Dumala!
Oh,
Dumala,
Oh, Sabali!
oh Shabali,
oh, Shabari.
Hangsi!
Hamsi.
Priya!
Priya.
Okay. Doesn't that bring happiness to the heart?
Shabari.
It brings such happiness to the heart. But Srila Rupa Goswami continues. He says, I worship Lord Kesava, coming back from the forest on the pathways of Braja with the best of words. He makes his splendidly dressed and affectionate friends, who are all expert at the art of pleasant jokes. He makes them smile and he makes them laugh by Krishna's very, very clever words. I worship Lord Kesava, coming back from the forest of Braja. His cheeks are licked by drops of perspiration. He is decorated with pictures drawn in mineral colors from the hill. The hill means Govardhan Hill, because Govardhan Hill has rocks that if you, not that we do this very much, but if you rub them with water, beautiful colors come off. And the different sakhas, the friends of Krishna, would decorate the face of Krishna with these colors. So Krishna, oh Lord Kesava, is decorated with pictures drawn in mineral colors from the hill, and his curling locks of hair deride the splendor of a swarm of black bees. I worship Lord Kesava, coming back from the forest of Braja with the sweet sound of his flute. He calls the Surabhi cows, who, eager to see their young calves, break the ground with their heavy dancing hoofs. I worship Lord Kesava. Coming back from the forest of Braja, he beautifies the path with his footprints. And every person in Braja, and every animal in Braja, and every bird in Braja would honor the footprints of Krishna, and no one would step over them. He wears a garland of dust raised by the wandering cows, and his garments and peacock feathers move very gracefully in the waves of the wind. I worship Lord Kesava, coming back from the forest of Braja, playful and the sweet music of his flute. He delights the heart of Braja's queen, and makes all the gopis in their homes happy at heart. He makes the hair of their bodies stand erect with joy. I worship Lord Kesava. Coming back from the forest of Braja, he is worshipped by the gopis who mount the roofs of their palaces and meet him on the path with hundreds and hundreds of dancing glances and gentle smiles. The corners of Krishna's eyes wander like large black bees around the gopis' bodies. And the final verse of Srila Rupa Goswami is a benediction to all those who read and hear these prayers. May Vishaka's friend Krishna give transcendental happiness and unwavering love, unflinching love, perfectly steady love for the lotus feet, for his lotus feet, to the splendidly intelligent persons who attentively read and hear these 8 verses, which are a glorious festival for all the gopis. Hare Krishna, Srila Rupa Goswami ki jai.
Hare Krishna. The next teacher whom we wish to invite to on the subject of the retreat is our Jagatarini Mataji, and afterwards Burijam Prabhu will address us on how to make best use of this retreat. So for now, we invite Jagatarini Mataji to come into the room and address us. There should be someone who helps with the technical.
Hare Krishna. By Srila Prabhupada's mercy, I had an opportunity to live in Vrindavan for some time when I was younger, healthier, more enthusiastic, more idealistic, and life was less complicated and less technologically sophisticated than it is now. That gave me a gift of a lifetime, or perhaps many lifetimes. I gained at that time a taste for the mysterious nature. I gained at that time a taste for the mysterious nature of the holy Dham and everything connected to it. I also understood that Vrindavan is our eternal home. So, now I am older, wiser, less flexible, and less idealistic than I was in those early days. And yet the inspiration continues to remind me that now, when we're on the final leg of the marathon and the ending is in sight, we should become doubly serious. For those of you who are coming to these videos, for those of you who are coming to the retreat, who are new to the Holy Dham, I welcome you. And I welcome you, and I encourage you to find good guidance both on your spiritual journey and also on your visit to the Holy Dham. I welcome you and I encourage you to find good guidance on your spiritual journey and one day to visit this Holy Dham. For those of you who are my seniors who are visiting the Govardhana retreat today, I offer my obeisances and I pray that perhaps I may be able to share something that may give you inspiration or some new ideas in regards to your serious service to Srila Prabhupada. And to those of you who are my friends, who I have shared Govardhana retreats with over so many years, I would like to say I'm very happy to be with you again. Like myself, I know that you are looking for the key to unlock your heart so that your spiritual journey may become quick and successful. We all have Vrindavan in our lives by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Satsvarupa Maharaj has written in one of his poems a line about Srila Prabhupada. You came to us from Vrindavan and you brought Vrindavan with you. So for all of us, it was Srila Prabhupada himself who inspired in us, who inspired the understanding that Vrindavan is our eternal home. Now I have friends who left home at a young age to explore the world. And they went from one place to another, from one experience to another. And then one day, the impressions of their home appeared in their hearts and minds and caused them to return. And when they returned, it became almost as if they had never left. So, home is the place where we feel comfortable, natural, and that we really belong. When you come to Vrindavan, you might now we all know that devotees often come to Vrindavan from different parts of the world, and the first thing that strikes them is the congestion and the garbage and the chaos and confusion and the massive amount of traffic jams, and all these things give them a kind of a cultural shock. And the last thing that they feel is at home, comfortable, and in their most... And the last thing they feel is comfortable at home in their natural place. Well, I have a couple of reflections that I'd like to share with you, if perhaps you too have that kind of experience. The first one is to go a little deeper. To go a little deeper than the surface in a holy place. It's not easy, I know, because we're used to exploring places and seeing them and thinking that's what they are. But a good example for you is that of a banana. Suppose I gave you a bag of bananas and you took one out and you were about to eat it. The first thing you would do was that you would remove the peel. And after you'd removed the peel, you would be able to get the tastiness of the banana. Now, with the peel or without the peel, we refer to the object as a banana. But with the peel, it's not so tasty. So we have to go a little bit deeper through our chanting or our association, our friends, or our hearing and reading. Somehow go a little deeper. And the second reflection that I share with you is go as quickly as you can to the side of Govardhana. Because Govardhana is an extraordinary place to take some time to be. After all, Giriraj was lifted by the hand of Krishna himself. And so there is a spiritual potency there that is impossible to find anywhere else. This is our 20th retreat, and it came a little late for 2020, but it was meant to be at the end of that year. And as we know, 2020 has been a very difficult year. But one advantage that we find is that it has pushed us onto the internet to make our Govardhana retreats fully international. We want to touch people's hearts and create impressions, because it is from those impressions, when they're formed, that our Krishna consciousness becomes alive and strong enough to help us when we most require it. So just like my friend who left home and thought that he had forgotten everything about his home life, when those impressions which were lying still within made themselves known again, they re-echoed into his consciousness in such a way that he was able to return to the safest, most valuable place, So this is what we want to do together, to create impressions that will lastingly stay with us and help us to make our way back towards Vrindavan. I would like to finish with a quote from Srila Prabhupada. Just with a quote from Srila Prabhupada. Just like air passing over a rose tree carries the flavor of the rose, and the air passing over a filthy place carries the flavor of that filthy place. The air is pure, but because it is passing over certain conditions, it carries the flavor. If in this life we purify like the rose, then next life we shall get a body which is full of flavor. And if in this life we practice devotion to God, then next life is to become an associate of God. We have to hear and we have to think, I shall go to such and such a place. Prabhupada is referring to his young disciple, Harvey Cohen, who had just left for San Francisco. He says, just like my friend Mr. Cohen, he has left for California. So far I am concerned, I have no idea of California. Now, he has told me that after reaching there, he will write a description of the place. Suppose if reading that description, I think of going there, then I prepare myself. I must go there. So just as I was describing that Chintamani Dham, what sort of trees there are, and you were very much pleased, and you were thinking, oh, I must see that. So we have to hear what sort of God He is, what sort of God's place it is, what is the mode of life like there, what is the mode of life like there. Unless we hear, we cannot be attracted. We cannot be attracted. So our Govardhana retreat is meant to create impressions for you of that place and attract you and encourage you to make your vision stronger, and as we approach the journey's end of this life, to double our efforts in order to please Srila Prabhupada and serve Krishna. Hare Krishna to you all.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you
Very
so
touching.
much, Jagatarini. Really, very, you said unless we hear, we cannot be attracted. And this is exactly what we are trying to serve the worldwide community with. It was Bhujan Prabhu's noble idea to have these retreats so that this attraction, which is now displayed and distracted in so many places, can go to the essential address, Shri Radha and Krishna in Vrindavan. Very important, in Vrindavan. So let us now request Burijan Prabhu to speak on the retreat, and then afterwards we will end. I will say also something small about some recommendations how you can make the best online retreat. So, Burijan Prabhu, please let us hear you.
Yes, you can hear me, I think.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good. So do I have, should I start now or wait till I enter the
The best is, that is the plan authorized by Prashanta, that you talk now. That was the idea, 10 minutes on the retreat, just...
Yes, what I meant to say is the video, should it be in the center?
We see you, Prabhu. It's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are there, and Prashanta is also there. Now it works excellently. My God, this is beyond all expectations. No, everything is perfect. Just speak.
Okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Tanamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nivasesha Sunyavadi Praskatya Desatarane. Om Agyanataminandasya Janajana Salakaya Chaksu Samilitan Jaina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Sri Chaitanya Manubhistam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Sa Pandantikam. Vansha Kalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhayevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. So being in this company, this sacred company of the devotees, and thinking of myself and ourselves by Giriraj is brings so much happiness to the heart. And this was really Prabhupada's secret of his preaching, is that he always carried this mood of Vrindavan with him. There's another wonderful conversation with Prabhupada where he's speaking to a group of very young devotees while he was still on the Bowery.
Прабхупада, когда они еще были на Бауре, говорил с группой преданных.
And he was saying that I'm simply missing Vrindavan. It may look like I'm here, but I'm actually in Vrindavan, missing Vrindavan. And it was so incredible. And I find myself repeating this of Prabhupada's many times, that he said, you'll never see Krishna, a picture of Krishna as an old man. And then looking at the persons, the not yet devotees in his audience, he said, have any of you ever seen a picture of Krishna as an old man? And there's a silence. And then he says, have any of you ever seen a picture of Krishna? More silence. So this is what Prabhupada was, I wouldn't say confronting, but this is what he was doing. The miracle that he actually did is that by him being in Vrindavan and him carrying Vrindavan with him, he developed an attraction due to that sweetness that he carried with him. He developed an attraction in the hearts of those who associated with him to have what he had. And that secret of what he had was Vrindavan. And recently, I've been studying Chaitanya Charitamrita, and one thing that I've seen in almost as the secret teaching, but very open teaching, and Krishnadas Kaviraj says it quite openly, that Mahaprabhu was giving was the process of separation. The process of separation, of longing to be with Krishna, is the essence of of the teachings of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So part of the teachings are we have to cut our material attachments because we can't sincerely want to be with Krishna until, and at the same time wanting to eat in fancy restaurants and drive in fancy cars and enjoy this and enjoy that and wonderful silks and fragrances and this and that and this and that. The two are incompatible, like oil and water. One is so subtle and fine, the most subtle, the most fragrant, the most fine, and the other is crude and gross. So even though I can acknowledge and understand that attraction and desire for those crude and gross elements remain in the heart, the one force that is really capable of removing them from the heart is the sweetness of Vrindavan, the sweetness of Krishna's holy names, the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the heart of the followers of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the heart of Srila Prabhupada, which was filled with Vrindavan. That sweetness is so powerful, and we can get a taste for that. Of course, it is completely spiritual. And this is one other very important point that I've seen from Chaitanya Charitamrita, that we can't really access that. Vrindavan as it really is, the holy names as they really are, Krishna's Leela as they are, but yet they descend into our consciousness in the forms of the holy names, Golo, Kera, Prema, Dana, Harina, the Dham, the Bhagavatam, the devotees, the Archa Vigraha. They are Krishna himself. They are the spiritual world themselves that descend into the material world by the mercy of Krishna. And if we somehow, even for the shortest amount of time, get a taste, even the smallest taste for that, that taste will only expand. It is our true wealth. So we should take advantage, obviously, of the time as that that Mataji Jagatarini said. It is such a rare opportunity, and we should take advantage of it at the time of the retreat. And if we don't experience anything, how wonderful, because then we can long in the greatest separation to experience this most heartwarming, sweet, and fragrant truth of the spiritual world that Krishna revealed in Vrindavan, that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu desired to distribute all over the world, that Prabhupada tirelessly worked so hard to distribute. So then here we are, wanting to be in Vrindavan, and most of us are far separated from Vrindavan. And as our Satchidananda Maharaj said, what do we do? And what gift does the Govardhana retreat give us? It gives us the opportunity to hear Krishna Katha. Hear Krishna Katha, and let that Krishna Katha enter our hearts in a very, very deep way. So the question is, and this comes to my mind often, well, how do I hear? What is the secret of hearing? It sounds like an odd question in one sense, but it isn't odd at all, because while we're completely absorbed in the busyness of this world, of the material world, especially when we're not in a place like Vrindavan, especially when we haven't come to Vrindavan, especially to hear, and we've given up all our regular life's engagements. But that's not the case for most of the devotees who are attending this virtual retreat. So how can we hear? And of course, if we can just somehow or another dedicate whatever time and energy and mental capacity we have to be in the classes, to be present, not only physically, but not doing so many other things. I don't want to give 100 examples of all the things that we can possibly do to be there, but not be there at all, to not actually be present with our consciousness during the retreat. but we should hear. And what is the mood that we should hear in, aside from being present? I would like to tell you a story, not a story, but something that I went to this Ayurvedic doctor in South India, and he had attended an Ayurvedic clinic, not a clinic, school, Ayurvedic university, but he wasn't satisfied with what he got out of it. He attended the full thing. And then he attended a Western allopathic ENT college, and he still wasn't satisfied with the depth that he had gotten. And he didn't tell me how the fortune came to him, but he said, and this sounds just like it's out of one of those books, those storybooks. He somehow met an old sadhu, who was living in the forests in Tamil Nadu. And he went to see him. And he said he would have to walk every day 3 or 4 kilometers into the forest to find him. And this sadhu, he knew Ayurveda. And he taught him how to live. And this Ayurvedic doctor told me that he would sit all alone with this sadhu and listen to him for hours and hours and hours and hours every day.
Burjan Prabhu, kindly unmute.
Was I muted then?
Yeah.
Prashanta, what did I get up to? The sadhu told him the way that he should hear. That was one of the instructions. And then I heard Prabhupada basically say the same thing. One should hear entering into the mood of the speaker. Don't hear so much with your intelligence trying to figure out everything. Don't hear trying to answer all the doubts that your intelligence will throw up, but just try to hear and hear the mood and the heart of the speaker. And then, not that we should be blind followers and not have any questions, not like that. This is what he told me. But he said later on, after you have heard, you should think about what you have heard. And if you have any questions, then is the time to ask. So that's what he told me about hearing. And that's what I would like to tell you, is that I've seen in reading Srimad Bhagavatam, in hearing Prabhupada's words, in listening to classes. This is the way to do it. Try to enter into the mood of the speaker. And what is he trying to give you from his heart, from the heart of the Bhagavatam, the heart of his Gita? He wants to give you something. Try to hear and take that. And then later on, if you have any questions, then you ask those questions. After you've thought about everything, then after some time, you can see if you have any questions. And interestingly enough, that sadhu, that Ayurveda doctor told me that he went to him every day like this for, I can't remember, I think 3 or 4 years. And I asked him, did he reveal to you the deep esoteric secrets of Ayurveda? And of course, I wanted him to say yes. And then I wanted him to tell me some very deep esoteric secrets. And he said, no, he just told me the actual truth of what it was actually. And another interesting thing he told me was that he wanted to hear from him and continue hearing for several more years. And that old sadhu told him no. At a certain point, he said, no, you go out and teach and practice. And that's how you learn the rest. You teach and you practice, or you practice and you teach, and you learn the rest in that way. So I found this very ancient system of the transference of knowledge to be at the essence of what we, of the heart of the Govardhana retreat. So please try your best to take it as best as you can. And then one very last point that I will express very in brief is that for the last 20 years, we were going to Govardhana and we would sit together and and see each other. We would see our old friends who had been coming for 20 years, and we thought that we would continue doing this just naturally, automatically. And then suddenly, due to some quirk of karma, of fate, it's been cut off. And that which we thought of as our almost right, our inheritance, now we see was just a gift and the greatest blessing and the greatest fortune. It was a gift, and we should never take gifts for granted because they are given to us from the heart of another. And we want to thank, of course, Srila Prabhupada. He brought us to Vrindavan, most of us, all of us practically speaking, and of course to the Goswamis of Vrindavan who discovered Vrindavan, who expanded it, and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and to C.C. Radha and Krishna and all the Vrijvasis. How many should we thank? But we should just understand it's a blessing and a gift. So let's take advantage of this virtual blessing and this virtual gift. Let's take advantage of it, understanding, just getting some glimpse of its value. Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Puri Jampabu. Really, as you were speaking and sharing your heart with us, telling us the mood in which we can derive the greatest benefit. I was thinking of my own experience with Vrindavan this year. When I found out that I could not come to Vrindavan, I was sad. Then, just before the month of Kartik, I caught COVID, and on top of everything, the place which I had rented to have my Kartik retreat, it was a beautiful place on an island, really totally away from everything. The place informed me that they cannot receive any guests due to the government restrictions. So I felt 3 times punished. I couldn't go to Vrindavan. I had contracted a disease with an uncertain ending. I had not been able to get the space I so much longed for, to go on a personal retreat. And yes, within that sadness, I made an amazing discovery. Every day in the month of Kartik, I would make in my mind a Govardhana parikrama. I would start at Sridham Radhakund, then go by Kusum Sarovar, then go through the busy town of Govardhana and move on. Then I would take the path to the right into the forest and move by the side of Giriraj up to the town of
然
Anyor.
后走到
And I would
Govardhana 的 Govardhana
again
山脚
go
下，
out and be in
然后
Govindakund and so on. I would go in my mind the well-known route around Giriraj Govardhan. And by doing this, I really felt the bliss, the tremendous lightness of heart, the fortunate position of having an overview from a higher platform, an overview over the entire life. I would see and receive all these gifts by just being mentally in around Govardhana. And I would really, yes, we say you are where your mind is, and we say mental residence in Vrindavan works also, but when we experience it, whew, that is overwhelming. So in this time of our little online retreat, I sincerely wish to beg all of you, I want to invite all of you that kindly don't see this as so many other online classes. Kindly be present and take part in all the offerings. There will be visuals, videos. We will almost smell Giriraj Govardhan. There will be everything except for the prasadam, which we try to recreate as good as we can online. And I really request you to take this time in your life. It goes up till, let me see, Wednesday, January 6th. Huh? To take this as a time out, you should make yourself familiar with the schedule in your time zone, and then really take the whole package, if possible, if possible. I would always say, and I want to say this here again, how the retreat culture works. To go on a retreat means you really exit or leave behind what you usually do so that you can make new experiences, think new thoughts, and create a new version of yourself, a version without anxiety, a version which is aligned or connected with Krishna, with the ultimate things of purification of the heart, and so on. So by leaving the old life behind, you enter into a new space, the sacred space, where you can make all your new discoveries. This sacred space, as one author puts it, is the waiting room of God. You are in His waiting room, waiting for the things and the events and experiences which the kind doctor has planned for you. So this is the idea of a retreat, to enter the waiting room of Krishna and open yourself for new discoveries. This is what I request you. I have really stopped my life for these for January the 6th, And I've really made a plan to take part in every single session, something which I'm not always, sadly, not always able to do when I'm really in Vrindavan. And just listening now to Bhurijam Prabhu and then Jagatarini Mataji and then Bhurijam Prabhu again has really convinced me, yes, there is something in the hearts of these devotees which I also want to experience and get. Let me just close by singing a verse to all of you, which will convince you also from the Shastric perspective that going on a retreat which is dedicated to Vrindavan is really the wisest and best use of your time. This is from the Nectar of Instruction by Srila Rupa Goswami. Tannama rupa charita disukirtananu smrityo kramena rasana manasi niyoja tishtan brajetat anuragi jananugami kalam nayet akilam yit upadesha saram. Srila Rupa Goswami here does something wonderful. He reviews the entire body of Vaishnava teachings and wisdom, and then says, there's an essence here, which I want to now tell you. Listen, everyone. This is the essence of all other advices. It is that one should utilize one's full time. Prabhupada adds 24 hours a day in nicely chanting and remembering the Lord's divine name, His transcendent form, qualities, and eternal pastimes. And thereby, one should gradually engage one's tongue and then one's mind. It's a very nice program. The essence, he says, use your tongue and later the mind, it will come, the mind will follow the tongue by nicely chanting and hearing about Krishna and his pastimes and so on. This is what will go on during this Govardhana retreat. Then he says, there is a place where you should do this, an ideal place where this transcendental, you could say, practice or sadhana will give the greatest results. He says, in this way one should reside in Braj, and one should serve Krishna under the guidance of devotees. One should follow in the footsteps of the Lord's beloved devotees who are deeply attached to His devotional service. This refers to devotees who are now with us, and it also refers to the great associates of Radha and Krishna, the Ragatmika Bhaktas. One should be in Vrindavan and one should serve and follow these devotees, and then this is the essence of all advice. There is nothing more important, there is nothing more essential. There is not a single practice which is above this. This is a practice both done for those who are in the beginning of their spiritual life, who are in the middle of their spiritual life, and who are approaching perfection in their spiritual life. And there's another verse which says, I will only say in English, if one is physically unable to go to Vrindavan, he should mentally, in his mind, be there. And this is what we are doing on the online presentation. And I do know from Prashanta, I will not tell all her secrets, but she really made sure to serve all of us by giving us images, pictures, videos, and so many other things of Vrindavan that will help us, that will be udipans, stimulants, so that we can really make the Braj experience. So this is not an online, these are not online classes, no. This is a very new type of sadhana. It is going in our mind to Vrindavan Dham and staying there, following devotees there, both those who are on this plane, the plane of the world, as well as those who reside in the eternal spiritual Vrindavan. And I'm very, very moved already. You know, I thought, oh, this will be one of the thousands of online classes which we give, but no, it's not. You can feel in the heart the connection with Vrindavan. I wish all of you a wonderful Govardhana retreat in your mind, a mental Govardhana, or how do you say, mentally, a Govardhana retreat where you will be mentally present. I wish that this will be wonderful. I want to thank Burijan Prabhu very much for having the idea to place the Govardhana online retreat in the beginning of the year and not have it in its online version in the month of December. It would have been December, the end of Kartik, or after Kartik. It's a good idea because this will put such good impressions into our hearts that the year 2021 will have extra blessings, blessings which we require with itself. In fact, it will connect you with your true spiritual goal, your ultimate goal, and that will echo, hopefully, a long time through the rest of the upcoming year. Thank you very, very much for having me in this, and all the best for you. We will now give, let us see how the program continues. I think we should give now the microphone to our Prashanta, who will take us to a special holy place. Please take us through Govardhana. I'm reading one comment. Prashanta, are you there? We are now ready for your very special holy place, and afterwards we will listen to our Madhavananda Prabhu talking in his wonderful way about the ultimate team player. So let us see.
चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेणुं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसंभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसंभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much to all of our teachers for welcoming us into the Govardhana retreat. We are beginning to be immersed into the spirit of the retreat. From my side, I also want to welcome again and again all of you who are here. Let me introduce you. Shri Braj Giriraj Govardhan. He will be with us for the duration of the retreat. We have brought him from Govardhan to be here. I hope you enjoyed the images of Govardhan. We are now going to hear about the upcoming presentations, which form the essence of the Govardhan retreat. We are going to hear from our teachers themselves. The titles of the presentations have been announced. I will go back to them. First, we'll hear from Satchidananda Maharaj. His topic is life lessons from the Govardhan Lila. Invaluable teachings of Giridhari Krishna for meeting the challenges of life.
Welcome to the Govardhana retreat. It is a great pleasure to be able to serve you again, this time online. But maybe we will go there. Now, let me present to you a little bit what I wish to tell or talk about during the upcoming sessions which I give. My title will be Life Lessons from the Govardhan Lila, and I have a specific intention giving this. Let me first speak about the content. I have done a lot of research and come up with many hidden and unknown details which are really essential in order to understand the subtle things that Krishna intends to do with this pastime. And then I have been able to extract a few lessons, life lessons from it, on Srila Prabhupada's lectures, his Krishna book, and the many experiences of great devotees that they made at the hill of Govardhan. What is my intention in presenting these series of lectures? I want to bring you all to the sacred valley of Giri Govardhan, Krishna's dearest servant, who has the Shakti to make the impossible possible. Yes, this year we cannot physically go to Vrindavan, but we can be there in our mind and experience a similar magical effect on our consciousness. There are three personalities which are still the same as they were when Krishna was personally present in his manifested form in Vrindavan. This is the dust of Vrindavan, which he touched with his lotus feet. It is the river Yamuna, where he bathed with the cowherd boys and in other occasions with the gopis. And this is Giriraj Govardhan, whom he lifted and touched, and who served as an umbrella to protect the Vrajavasis from the anger of Indra, who had been totally overwhelmed. So by talking about Giriraj, seeing Giriraj in our mind's eye, meditating about Giriraj, contemplating the pastimes which Krishna did there, and the many, many lessons and inspirations for our lives, we can actually be in close contact with Giriraj. And this is the whole idea of the Govardhana retreats. We want to bring you in contact with the greatest of servants of Krishna, who is the tremendous encouragement and inspiration that will most hopefully echo through the rest of the year 2021. Thank you very much. You are very much welcome. And Giriraj Maharaja ki Jai. Welcome to.
Next, we will hear from Burijan Prabhu the topic that he has chosen, a beggar's precious gifts. And who is he talking about? He will be talking about, as you heard already in his presentation, about the visit of Sudama to Krishna. The subtitle of his presentation is Hidden Wealth in Sudama's Journey to Dwarka.
Hare Krishna.
Come on.
This Govardhana retreat obviously will be a special retreat because we're only all situated at the feet of Giriraj Govardhana by our minds and not exactly with our physical bodies. So in this mood of separation, I would like to tell you of a wonderful pastime. The pastime, in one sense, everyone already knows. It's the story about Sudama and his time with Krishna, both in the Gurukula and in Dwarka. I say that it's a pastime that everyone knows, but sort of everyone knows. And it's a very simple pastime on one level, and it's one of the most favorite and dear pastimes known about Krishna all over the world. But it is actually a very, very, very deep pastime. I have here an Amrita Chitra Katha comic book, the cover that I saw so many years ago, perhaps 30 or 40 years ago. And here's a picture of it. And inside, or the explanation of this pastime, is quite typical. And in some senses, it's true. But actually, Krishna's pastimes this pastime is far deeper than is intimated. Let me read it to you, what it said. It's very short. Sudama's gift, and everyone knows what that gift was small and inexpensive. And indeed, it was small and inexpensive. But Krishna found it priceless, as it came with selfless love And indeed, Sudama had brought that gift for Krishna, begged by his wife. That gift was begged by his wife. And with great, great love, he didn't want to give it to Krishna even. But Krishna took it. He found it priceless. Krishna, who had both wealth and fame at his command, received it with pure joy. He had wealth, all wealth. He had all fame at his command, certainly. And indeed, he received it with pure joy because it was given with such great love. The little description continues. Life had taken the two friends on different paths after their time in Gurukula. Quite different paths. A jiva who loved Krishna, and Krishna, who was the unlimited Supreme Personality of Godhead. One would imagine the paths were quite different. And Sudama was now painfully poor, actually, because Sudama was always thinking about Krishna. Although he was poor, he was not at all painfully poor. He was a renounced, detached individual. Their affection overcame all difficulties when Krishna did meet Sudama in Dwarka. All differences, rather. Their affection overcame all differences. The poor and the rich can be overcome with affection, the differences. However, a simple meal, or Sudama's gift, became equivalent to a luxurious feast. Krishna, indeed, he was so eager to taste that chipped rice that Sudama had brought. And magically, because of this gift, turned a poor hut where Sudama was living into a mansion of gold. So the Amrita Chitrakatha message is that if you give something to Krishna, your poverty will be erased, and your insignificant house will turn into a great palace, a great mansion. And indeed, that's what happened. But it's so much deeper than that. And Sudama was already the most wealthy person, and his wealth increased 1,000, 1,000,000, unlimited times when he met Krishna. It's a wonderful story. It's a deep story. It's worth telling again and again and remembering again and again. And we shall try our best to enter into this incredible pastime. I was surprised at how it has layers and layers and layers of sweetness and layers and layers and layers of depth. And I was even surprised as I was reading it, how the different parts reverberated against each other, and they churned more and more sweetness. So we will have 3 classes on this wonderful pastime, and we shall enter into the very, very sweet relationship between Sudama and his beloved Lord Krishna. We shall hear of how they became friends in Gurukula and how they shared, what they shared. And also we have videos, very, very interesting videos of the very place in Avantipur, the places where Krishna and Sudama stayed and committed with their guru, Sandipani Muni. We have so many interesting surprises. So we hope to see you day after day
she's
after
not
day
allowing.
as we remember the pastimes of Krishna. And in this way, you can be sure we'll end up in Braja. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Allowing, not allowed. Hare Krishna. We are looking forward to hear the story of Sudama. Now another presentation, which is usually most wonderful, is the one done by our Grace Jagatarini Mataji. dramatic narrations usually, or telling us amazing stories. And this year, Jagatarini will take us to Braja's sacred forests. The title that she has kept is "The Trees Want to Tell Their Stories," and she will be presenting 3 different trees of Braj.
Hare Krishna. It's so nice to be here with you all again. Even if, well, none of us are by the side of Giriraj in a beautiful decorated pandal with a host of devotees from all over the world having kirtan together and sitting in the garden, chanting our rounds by the side of Giriraj, or sitting by the side of Sarabhi Kund, surrounded by little sparkling lamps that reflect into the water and make one feel as though they are already in the spiritual world. Truth is that sitting by the side of Giriraj, we are in the spiritual world. For the previous 6 years, I have had the pleasure of sharing some beautiful pastime of Krishna with the devotees in the form of an evening presentation. And this year, I was considering what to do. And I concluded that it would be very nice to share with you a project that has been dear to my heart for many, many, many years. When I first came to Vrindavan in 1983, I was very, very attracted to the rural atmosphere here. It was a different Vrindavan. It was a different India. And we were different. That first experience of that quiet atmosphere with the peacocks in the morning and the trees rustling in the breeze, and no cars, no traffic except during Kartik and Shravan, and just the general quaintness of the Vrindavan town, the village atmosphere, was very, very heartwarming. I learnt as I have gone on in my relationship with the Dham that there is an inherent difference between the eternal spiritual aspect of Vrindavan and the, you could say, the outer covering, the layer, the thin layer of matter that covers over the surface of that transcendental experience. I have learnt from my own experience also that sometimes one perceives the sweetness within the Dham, the special nature of Vrindavan and Krishna's pastimes there, and at other times the Dham seems like any other place in India. And at such times there is a sadness that comes in the heart because you recognize that, oh, I am somehow disconnected. It's one of 3 very mysterious subjects. So my presentations this year are on 3 of my favorite trees in Vrindavan. The first one is at Kaliya Ghat, the Kadamba tree, where Krishna jumped into the Jamuna to chastise Kaliya and banish him from Vrindavan. And the second one is Vamsivat, where Krishna played his flute and called the gopis to come and join him for a beautiful dance. And the third place, well, I'm going to leave that one a secret for now. So please come and join us, and we will see the beautiful trees of Vrindavan, even though we are separated by oceans and miles and living in different places all over the world. The trees want to tell their stories. Hare Krishna.
Wow. Wasn't that attractive? We have one more topic, one more speaker for this retreat. And that is, as you know, His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu. For the last several years, maybe 4 years, Madhavananda Prabhu has been lecturing on the same topic, Giriraj himself. He has been speaking from the Sri Govardhana Vasa Prarthana Dashakam of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami. And every year he's giving us a wonderful commentary on one of the verses, sometimes 2 verses. So this year we are going to hear of Giriraj, the ultimate team player, and that will be verse number 9 of the Govardhana Dasa Prarthana Dashakam.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Welcome to the Govardhana retreat. Let me speak a few words to you about the topic I'm thinking to speak on this year. I'll be Giriraj, the ultimate team player. I'll just offer a couple prayers. Goragraganya gana gocha goloduharam Goranga guditsama gopyada kolpa briksham Gopala gadaratidam yati singha gora Govinda deshikavaram satatam namami Namo Vrindavanam Kaya Tubhyam Golokamolane Purna Brahmata Patraya Namo Govardhanaya Cha Vanchakalpatarubhischa Kripa Sindhubhyeva Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we'll be speaking something this year again from the prayers of Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, known as the Govardhana Vasa Prarthana Dasakam. And this year we will continue with text number 9. And our topic and point will be about how Giriraj Govardhana is the ultimate team player. Previously, in our text 8, we spoke something about how Giriraj is Haridasa Varyo.
and how Raghunath Das Goswami says that that statement that Giriraj is the greatest devotee comes from the mouth of Srimati Radharani. So now in this verse, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, he gives us some examples, some understanding of how it is that Giriraj is the greatest of devotees. And he says, Nija Jana Yuta Radha Krishna Maitri Rasakta Brajanadu Pasu Pakshi Brata Sokyaika Data Aganita Karunatvan Mamuri Krityatantam Nija Nikata Nibasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. He prays to Giriraj that you have this rasa of friendship for Radha and Krishna. Your Nija Jana Yuta Radha Krishna Maitri Rasakta. Maitri means to be a friend. And you have this rasa for Radha Krishna. And not just Radha Krishna alone, but he says, Braja Nadu Pasu Pakshi Brata Sokyaika Data. You also have this friendship for all the people of Braj. Braja Nada, Nada means the people, but also the Pasu, the animals, and the Pakshi, the birds. Because Giriraj, he says, it's you, Giriraj, who's Sokyaika Data. You're the sole purpose of your existence is to give them happiness. And so Raghunath Das Goswami is praying to Giriraj Govardhan that because you're so karunatva, you have so much mercy, uri krityatantam, you please accept me, who is so very, very distressed. So we discussed previously how we want the Govardhan Attva, or the qualities of Giriraj, as Haridas, the greatest servant. And this text 9 gives some indication of what those qualities are and how Giriraj is the greatest of all team players. His service as Ekadatta is simply, wholly, solely to support others. He's not thinking of anything for himself. So this will be what we'll be exploring, the importance of service in this way, and the example of Giriraj Govardhan and what we can learn from him. And we'll meditate something on a statement that Srila Prabhupada made when he was in Mauritius in 1976, where he spoke to some government officials there, and he told them that Vedic society is based on the principle of love. He said civilization must be founded on love, not law. By law, you cannot make a person love you. First, he must love you. Then he will gladly follow your law. So this is the difference between two devotees that Raghunath Das Goswami gives us in his Govardhan Basa Prarthana Dasakam. In the very first verse, he speaks about Pratihata Madajisto Danda Devendra Garba, how the intrinsic quality of Giriraj is to smash the pride of Indra. Indra, his mood is based on law. But the mood of Vrindavan, the mood of Giriraj, is based on love. And real civilization, as Prabhupada said, must be founded on love and not on law. And Giriraj, therefore, he's the greatest of team players. Indra may be externally appearing to be more important, but Giriraj is the greatest of all team players. So stay tuned and come and see what we have to say about this. Thank you very much. Giriraj Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Vanchakalpa Drubhishcha, Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah.
Wonderful. This will be our fourth presentation, but it comes first. And we will have the great happiness to hear from Madhavananda Prabhu today itself. But before we hear from him, we are going to go somewhere, a very famous place in Govardhana, a very beloved place where Giriraj is very manifest, tall, with these beautiful purple stones. We are going to Govindakund. Please watch, hear, and enter Giriraj.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, from your heart, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna. I request you now to turn around, facing Giriraj. It's time for some serious prayers. There is actually a song here in Vrindavan. It is said, after you have gotten up in the morning, take the dust of Giriraj and rub it on your heart. Then roll in the dust of Giriraj. Take your bath in Govinda Kund, and then tell Giriraj whatever is in your heart. Tell it honestly and frankly. He will hear and he will answer. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna.
I hope that you liked the sights and sounds of Govinda Kund. Wonderful place. So the retreat has started, and we are just about to welcome our first speaker, His Grace Madhavananda Prabhu. Are you here, Madhavananda Prabhu?
Is that a philosophical or geographical question?
Welcome to you, Madhavananda Prabhu, all the way from where? Jagannath Puri, Mayapur? No, Govardhana.
Sridham Mayapur, Govardhana.
So we welcome Madhavananda Prabhu, and we'll hear from him the glories of Giriraj in following in the footsteps of Raghunath Das Goswami. A little announcement before you start, Prabhu, that at the end of your class, you will be taking some questions for a short while. So anyone wishing to ask a question from Madhavananda Prabhu, you may put that question on the chat, and you have to send your question to the host. You just go to participants and look for the host. It's at the top of the list, and you send your question to the host. All right. So, and we'll see at the end, some questions will be addressed to Madhavananda Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu, please go ahead.
Okay. So, depending on where you're at in the world, dear devotees, here I would say good evening. Welcome to the Govardhana retreat. You can recite them with me. Goragraganya gana gocha goloruharam Goranga gudatama gopyada kolpa briksham Gopala gada ratidam yati singha gora Govinda deshikavaram satatam namami Uttama Adama Kichuna Bachila Chachiya Dileka Kola Kahe Premananda Emona Goranga Hridaya Dariya Bola Bhaja Goranga Kaha Goranga Laha Gorangira Namore Jai Jana Goranga Bhaje Se hoyama Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Yashaiva Padambuja Bhakti Labhya Prema Bidana Padama Pumata Tasmai Jagan Mangala Mangalaya Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste Chaitanya Chandraya Namo Namaste Madgavirapi Gopala Sri Kuryat Kripaya Jari Tadaiva Sambhaya Pitva Rishi Atana Rupaka Gopala Raghunathabda Brajabala Bapahima Panchakalpatarubhischa Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vrindavanankaya Tubhyam Goloka. This verse is spoken by Krishna to Nanda Maharaj when his father agreed to worship Govardhana. He said, what what mantra should we use for him? And Krishna spoke this verse. Obeisances to you, O Govardhan, who is our support and nourishment. Obeisances to you, the crown of Golok, and obeisances to you, the umbrella of Purna Brahma, Sri Krishna. In our magazine we made a few years ago about Govardhan, we gave 4 different translations for this particular verse. I won't go there today. Hantayam Hadirabala Haridasavaryo Yad Rama Krishna Charana Spadesa Pramoda Manam Tanoti Sahago Ganaya. So we've been speaking for the last number of years on the Govardhan Basa Prarthana Dasakam. 10 verses which are composed by Srila Raghunath Das Goswami in glorification of Giriraj. And this year we're going to try to do 1 verse in 1 session. Usually we've been doing it maybe 3. And last year we spoke on text number 8. And this year we want to go to text number 9. So I'm going to put this verse on the screen so everyone can see it. And you can recite with me if you like. Nija Jana Yuta Radha Krishna Maitri Rasakta Brajanadu Pasu Pakshi Brata Karunatvan Mamuri Krityatantam Nijanikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. Imbued with friendly rasa for Radha and Krishna along with their friends, O Giriraj, you are an unparalleled giver of happiness to the groups of men, animals, and birds that take shelter of you. O Govardhan, embracing me and considering me as one of your own, please give me permanent residence near you. So we'd like to speak something today about the purport of this 9th verse. And we've been speaking something on these verses from a commentary which is ascribed to Baladev Vidyabhushan on these verses. And before we go any further, Giri Nipa Haridasa Shreni Varyeti Nama Mritamidamitatam Shri Radhika Vakta Chandrat Brajanavati Lakatve Klipta Vedai Sputam Me Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. In the 8th verse, Raghunath Das Goswami addresses Giriraj as Giri Nripa, or the king of all the hills. And then he says that this phrase, Haridasa Varyo, Hantaya Madhurabala Haridasa Varyo, verse which comes from the Gopi Gita of the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. That verse, Haridasa Shreni Varyeti Namamrita Idam Iditam Shri Radhika Vakta. And we spoke something in our last session last year about the importance of what's the particular importance to say that this verse came from Radharani's mouth? Why not just from anybody's mouth? Right? And why is it said that Shreni Varyeti Namamritam, that to call Giriraj is Haridas is nectar. Why in this verse is said that Brajanava Tilakate? Why is it said that Giriraj is compared to Braja's Tilak? And what does it mean? Klipta Vedai Sputamme, that Giriraj, all the Vedic literatures describe this. So I'm not going to go over those points again. If you want to know the answer to those questions, you have to go back and find the recordings of last year's Govardhana retreat. Our time's a little short today. But that in commentary, it's described that it's a kind of conversation that's going on. And Raghunath Das says one thing, and Giriraj says, well, are you really sure? What do you want to do that for? And Raghunath says, no, because of this. And then Giriraj gives another response. So in response to that last verse, Giriraj, he's saying that, what are you praying to me for? You can pray for whatever you desire for any suitable resident of Vrindavan. And then in response to that, Raghunath Das Goswami is speaking this verse, that Giriraj, because you're Nija Janayuta Radha Krishna Maitri Rasakta, that you have this rasa, this Krishna, Radha Krishna Maitri Rasakta, this Pasupakshi, Brata, Sokyaika Data. You're the Sokyaika Data, you're the giver of happiness. Sokya means happiness. Sokya Eka Data. Literally, it means the only giver of happiness. And there's at least 3 different meanings to this we'd like to speak about today. You're the giver of happiness to the Braja Nada Pashu Pakshi Brata. Meaning the Vrindavan, Braj, meaning combining this word Braj with all the following words, Brajanada, the cowherd people of Braj, the Brajanada, or the Brajapashu, the animals of Braj, or Brajapakshi, the birds of Braj, or Brajabrata, Brata means group. So my dear Giriraj, they're all taking shelter of you. And I'm begging you, you please Urikritya, you please accept me, or Urikritya can also mean that you please embrace me, because I'm very tantam, I'm very, very distressed, I'm very disturbed. You consider me as your own. Urikritya could also mean that. And Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam, you please give me residence near you. So these prayers, first of all, are very important. Devotees should contemplate them. These are the heart song of our 6 Goswamis, and we should carefully consider them. We have Srila Prabhupada's books, and Prabhupada's books can give us everything. But in Prabhupada's books, Prabhupada says, for more information, you should read the works of the 6 Goswamis. It's important. So it's described about the Bhagavatam that prati shloke, prati akshari, nanatakoi, in each and every verse, indeed in each and every syllable, there's unlimited meanings. So in this verse, reading through it and contemplating on it in the Sanskrit and in the commentary that's given, I can see a number of different meanings, and that's just from my own conditioned viewpoint. We'd like to share that with the devotees here. The word Sokyaika Datta has at least, I can think of 4 different meanings for this verse, for this line. The first is that the Brijbasis, they consider Sokya Aika. Aika generally means single or soul only. But Aika also can mean main or primary. So the Brijbasis, they consider that Giriraj is their primary source of happiness. And this we also see in connection with Govardhana Dharana Leela and the Indra Puja, that the Brijbasis, they rejected Indra. We don't want that. We just want Giriraj, because Giriraj, he's Sokyaika Datta. He's the sole giver of happiness. So one meaning of this is that they're spurning, they're giving up, they're refusing the happiness even of Indra, even becoming the king of the demigods, or going to Svargalok. Another meaning of Sokyaika Datta is that Giriraj only gives happiness to the Brijbasis. And he doesn't give happiness to devotees in other places with other moods. Giriraj is very ekantic in that sense. Sokyaika Datta means that he only gives happiness to those personalities who are Brajanada Pasupakshi, Brata, who are the residents of Vrindavan. And again, indirectly, this could indicate Indra. That Giriraj, he's giving happiness to the residents of Vrindavan. Indra's also a devotee, but he's not getting happiness from Giriraj. We hear from Srila Jiva Goswami in his Gopal Champu that Indra was looking forward to getting his puja from the Brijbasis. And Krishna became a little unhappy with Indra. Krishna was thinking to himself that these residents of Vrindavan, these are my personal family members. And they're millions of times more exalted than even Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. And what to speak of this insignificant worm, Indra. And yet he's become so puffed up that he's demanding respect from my family members. So I have to do something about this. And so, as we spoke in some previous sessions, he orchestrated that this Govardhana Puja that year would take place in the village of the Yagya Brahmins. And Sridhar Swami in his Bhavarta Deepika commentary mentions that this is significant because those Brahmins, they had an awakening of their consciousness. Actually, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, in two of his commentaries, he uses the word guru. He said that their guru was their wives. Their wives came back and they had an attitude adjustment saying that we made a big mistake. We didn't go to see Krishna. And so to give them some mercy, Krishna arranged for that. Now, at this point, someone may say, well, why didn't they just go to see Krishna? Why didn't they just go with their wives? The Bhagavatam says, because they were afraid of Kamsa. And Kamsa, according to Thakur Bhaktivinoda and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, represents the head of mundane religion. That personality who gives the money and funds to the Brahmins. We can't mess with him. We can't make him upset. If we do, then he's not going to fund us anymore. So they were afraid. But still, Krishna was so kind to them that he orchestrated that the ceremony would take place there. So anyway, to make a long story short, all the residents of Vrindavan began to worship Giriraj, and the offerings which Indra was expecting to get didn't come. And he was asking, what's going on? I always get these nice offerings every year from the Brijbasis. So he sent some spies. He has wind spies. He sent some wind spies to see what was going on in Braj. And they went there and they looked around and they came back to make the report. And they said, Maharaj, it's like this. This year's festival actually is bigger than anything before. And there's far more offerings. And he said, then where is it? And they said, well, hate to tell you this, but they're offering it to someone else. And Indra said, what? Who are they offering it to? And then they said, well, don't get angry with us, but they're offering it kind of to a pile of rocks. That's who they're offering it to. And so Indra then became furious. So one of the meanings of Sokyaika Datta is that Giriraj gives happiness to the Brijbasis and not to devotees in other places, including Indra. In fact, he just gave Indra a big headache. And Jiva Goswami says that he started getting this big headache and he went to the Ashwini Kumars. It's kind of like going to the hospital in Indralok, speak to the doctor. And they looked him over and they said, this is really bad. You're going to have a really terrific earache from the kirtan that's going on right now in Vrindavan. It's going to cause you a lot of pain. So Giriraj gives so much happiness to Braja Nara Pashupakshi Brata Sokyaika Datta. He gives happiness to all the residents of Vrindavan, including the animals, including the birds, including all the different groups of personalities. But that Sokyaika Datta, one of the meanings of that is that it's exclusive. He only gives happiness to the Brijbasis or devotees, as Srila Prabhupada taught us, who are wanting to live in Vrindavan, whether that be Melbourne or Moscow or New York or wherever it may be. Devotees all over the world are living in Vrindavan when they're focused on worshiping Radha and Krishna and they're meditating on Vrindavan in programs like this online Govardhana retreat. So he's giving happiness to those devotees, but not to devotees whose consciousness is in some other place. If your consciousness is in the COVID virus, if you're thinking about that, if you're thinking I'm a Russian and those nonsense Americans, they're really bad, or the Chinese are bad, then you're not living in Vrindavan. And you're not going to get happiness from Giriraj. Giriraj, he gives happiness only to the Brijbasis and not to devotees in other places and devotees with other moods. Even that crest jewel of Dasharati, the greatest of all the servants of the Lord, whose name is Hanuman. Giriraj is also not a giver of happiness even to Hanuman. And we know when Hanuman had picked up Giriraj and was carrying him to Sri Lanka, to Cape Comorin, to build a bridge to Sri Lanka, that Giriraj, when he saw Braj, he decided, oh, I want to be put down here. And so there was some Akashvani that came at that time, and the voice said that the bridge is already finished, and Hanuman put him down. So Giriraj even wasn't a source of happiness even for Hanuman, who's such a great exalted devotee. So it's the second meaning of Sokyaika Datta. And another meaning of Sokyaika Datta can be connected with, again, with these lines, Nija Jana Yuta Radha, Krishna Maitri Rasakta, that Giriraj, he's the Sokyaika Datta, the only giver of joy to the Brajanaru Pashupakshi Brata, to the people, the animals and birds of Braj, who are attached to the friendship of Radha and Krishna, along with their groups, or meaning that Giriraj gives happiness to these groups, this Brata, meaning the gopis and gopas. Then a fourth meaning can be said that the literal meaning that Giriraj is the only giver of joy for the residents of Braj. Sokyaika Datta literally means is the only source of happiness. But I've seen that suggestion being given sometimes in translations, but that doesn't make so much sense because there's so many residents of Braj who bestow happiness on the other residents. If you think about the Jamuna River, you think about Radhakund, you think about the forest of Vrindavan, the cows of Vrindavan, you think about the cowherd people and the gopis of Vrindavan, because they're giving so much happiness. So to ascribe the meaning Sokyaika Datta to Giriraj, that he's the only person, the only source of joy for the residents of Vrindavan, is not appropriate. So Baladeva Vibhushan, the scribe commentary to him, says that here Giriraj, now he's replying after Raghunath Das Goswami spoke this previous verse describing how Giriraj is the greatest of devotees. Then Giriraj says, there's so many other appropriate residents of Vrindavan, you should pray to them. But the mood is here, Raghunath Das Goswami speaks this verse, said, no, Giriraj, you're the most merciful. Just by the touch of Krishna's hands, you stood up and you provided shelter and all happiness to all the residents of Vrindavan. And so Raghunath Das, he considers that I shouldn't give up the shelter of such a merciful personality to seek shelter anywhere else. Because Giriraj, Sokyaika Datta, also means that he's the giver of happiness to those persons who are Nija Jana Yuta Radha, Krishna Maitri Rasakta, who are serving Radha and Krishna. When we say Sokyaika Datta, Sokya means happiness, we know there's different types of happiness. There's Vishaya Ananda. Vishaya Ananda means the happiness of sense gratification, which Krishna in the Gita says some things which are not so palatable about that. Yehi samsparshaja bhoga dukkha yonaya evati adyantavanta kunta yanate ramate Buddha. That from the beginning, the middle, and the end, it's just suffering. And that's your Vishayananda. So better than Vishayananda is Brahmananda. And that Brahmananda, the happiness of merging into Brahman. But that Brahmananda is considered to be nothing in comparison to Krishna Premananda, to having love for Krishna. But even that Krishna Premananda pales in comparison to the highest type of ecstasy. And what is that? We may ask a question. What is the problem? Prabhupada used to say that sometimes. What is the problem? The gopis, Krishna left for Mathura and the gopis are crying. Well, come on. It's not that long a walk. Even Radhanath Maharaj, for years when he would go to Braj, he'd take a train to Mathura and walk from Mathura to Vrindavan. And it takes, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 hours like that. It's not the end of the world. So if the gopis are so eager, why don't they just walk to Mathura? What's the problem? It's a very deep question. Why don't they do that? There's a problem. Because the gopis are not just after Krishna Premananda, but they're after something much higher, and that's Sevananda, the happiness of rendering service. And for the gopis, that happiness is Krishna's happiness. It's not their own happiness. And they know that what kind of place is Mathura? There's no Jamuna, there's no Keli Kadamba tree there. There's no Govardhana hill there. There's no forest of Vrindavan there. What kind of happiness can we give to Krishna in that place? So wanting to give the topmost pleasure to Krishna, they stay with Vrindavan, just as in the same way that Mother Yashoda, she was doing service for Krishna, but she stopped the service. She's breastfeeding Krishna and she put him down because the milk, Sanatana Goswami says, was boiling over in the pot, considering to commit suicide. Now, what is the value of my existence in comparison to Mother Yashoda's milk? What use am I? Better I just kill myself. And then Mother Yashoda, to protect the service of that other personality, put Krishna down. So this is the mood of the Brijbasis. They want to preserve the service. And Giriraj, he's the topmost team player. Brajanado Pashupakshi Brata Sokya Ekadata. He's Sokya Ekadata. He's the prime giver of happiness to the residents of Vrindavan, even to the animals and birds and trees, because he's supporting everyone's service. And the Bhagavatam describes the Anvaya Vyatireka Byam Yat Sarvatra Sarvata, directly or indirectly. Raghunath Das Goswami speaks the third line of the verse, Aganita Karunatvam Mamuri Krityatantam, that Aganita Karunatvam, you have your karuna, your quality, Karunatva, your quality of mercy is Aganita. Ganita, Gana means to count. Ganita, but this is Aganita. You can't count it. It's immeasurable. Your mercy is so immeasurable. Therefore, Mamuri Krityatantam, I'm praying to you that you please, Uri Kritya, accept me. Because Tantam, I'm very, very disturbed. In other words, he's also drawing a contrast here. He's saying here that Brajanadu Pashupakshi Brata Sokyaika Data, all the residents in Vrindavan, all the people, all the beasts, the cows, all the deer, all the dogs, the pakshis, the birds, all the residents of Vrindavan, Sokyaika, they're getting so much unlimited happiness. But when he speaks about himself, he says, Amitantam, I'm very, very distressed. In other words, he's not thinking that I'm actually living in Vrindavan. I'm not actually I'm not included in that category. And therefore, Giriraj, Aganita Karunatvam, you're that personality who has immeasurable, unlimited mercy. So you accept me. And what does it mean to accept me? Nija Nikata Nibasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. You please, one meaning of this last line, there's two meanings to it. One meaning is you grant me residence near you. But depending on how you break the words up with the sandhi, and I hope we're not being too technical, fasten your safety belt. If we are, you'll be free in a minute. you can have two different meanings. Govardhana, Tvam. Tvam meaning you, and that please Giriraj Dehi, you please give me this Nija Nikata Nibasan, this residence near you. But another meaning, if you break it up in a different way, Govardhan Atva. If you don't break it up, Atva means the quality. We say Karunatva, he's saying in this verse here. Karunatva means the quality of mercy. Or to say Vaishnavatva. Vaishnava means the quality of being a Vaishnav. So Raghunath Das Goswami is saying two things. Please grant me residence near you. Or he's saying, and or, it can also be an and, that please give me the quality of being like you. So he's saying, Aganita Karunatva, because you're unlimitedly merciful, please accept me who's so distressed. I'm not like this Brajanada Pashupakshi. I'm not like the animals, the dogs of Vrindavan. They're so exalted. I'm not like that. I'm very, very tantam. I'm very, very distressed. So grant me residence in Vrindavan, so I'll be happy. Or give me the quality that you have. And what is that quality? Looking back in the 8th verse, Giri Nripa Haridasa Sheni Varyeti Nama Amritam, that Amrit, that Nama Amrit, that nectarian name, that Giriraj is the greatest of devotees. Shiradika Vaktra Chandrat. And that verse comes from the lotus mouth of Srimati Radharani. So in this verse, when it says that Braja, as I mentioned, Braja can be looked at in two ways. Braja can be looked at in connection with all the other words in the line, Braja Naru, Braja Pasu, Braja Pakshi, Braja Brata, or Braja can be interpreted by itself. And if we interpret it by itself, it means the land of Vrindavan. It indicates the non-moving entities of Vrindavan and how Giriraj serves them. Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati, in his Vrindavan Mahimamrita, in the 6th chapter, text 11, he glorifies the trees of Vrindavan. Radha Krishna Paramaputakakat Kelato Yataleshu Bunjate Yat Phalam Atirasam Yaprasunadi Buso Yachakastaisu Ruchira Kagamuni Birnimi Eshai Pita Lapamrita Ruchi Sudotams Tarums Chitayami. He says that I'm meditating on the trees of Vrindavan. That Radha and Krishna, they're happily, Keli, they're doing their transcendental pastimes there with great kutaka. There's a parama kutaka with great transcendental joy. They're sitting underneath those trees. They're eating those fruits, that phala, which is ati rasam. It's as sweet as nectar. Because the fruit of the trees of Vrindavan is not ordinary fruit. The fruit of the trees of Vrindavan is a personification of their love for Radha and Krishna. Srila Prabhupada translated the word bhakti as devotional service. Although many scholars protested, they said, no, bhakti means devotion. But Prabhupada said, no, bhakti means something practical. Okay. Just catch my train of thought. Those fruits of the trees of Vrindavan are sweet like nectar because they're personification of their love. But as Srila Prabhupada translated the word bhakti, it doesn't only mean devotion. They asked me to speak slow. But bhakti also means devotional service, because love has to have practical expression. Otherwise, it's only from the lips. it has to have practical expression. So the practical expression of the love of the trees of Vrindavan is their fruits. And Radha and Krishna are eating those fruits. And Radha and Krishna, prasuna adibosha, they're using the prasuna. Prasuna means the flowers. They're using the flowers of those trees as their ornaments. Mm-hmm. And those trees of Vrindavan, Yachakastai Suruchira Kagai Moni Bir Nimi Seya. There's kagai, there's birds, which are suruchira, very, very charming birds. And those charming birds, who usually make a lot of noise, those charming birds have become moni bir. They've become stunned and they're silent and they're just sitting there. Ninimeshe means with unblinking eyes. And pitalapamrita, they're drinking that conversation, that amrita ruchi sudo, the very sweet nectar of that conversation of Radha and Krishna. And Prabodhananda Saraswati says, Tan Tarun Chintayami. Tarun means a tree. I'm meditating on these trees of Vrindavan. And these trees of Vrindavan are also maintained by Giriraj. By Giriraj in the form of the water coming from his hills, the streams coming from him, the springs. And Giriraj is also giving shelter to those trees on his hills. And those trees are rendering such wonderful service to Radha and Krishna. And Giriraj is not getting the credit. The trees are getting the credit. How many devotees do you know who would be happy to do service for their whole life and not get any credit? Not have anyone know what they're doing. But that's Giriraj Govardhana. And therefore Giriraj, he's Brajanada Pashu Pakshi Brata Sokyai Kadata. He's the sole giver of happiness, or the main giver of happiness to the residents of Vrindavan, including the trees of Vrindavan. And Giriraj, he serves the Nada, the people of Vrindavan. And he does that, he gives caves. And during the hot summertime, the cowherd boys, they go in those caves. And Radha and Krishna and the gopis, they meet in those caves. And Giriraj, he has different boulders, which elsewhere Raghunath Das Goswami, in his Braja Bilas Stava, says, Katayita Ratna Sundara Sila, that those beautiful rocks of Giriraj, they've become couches, jeweled couches for the boys in Radha and Krishna to sit on. So in this way, Raghunath Das Goswami in Braja Bilas Stava and our acharyas in different literatures have described that Giriraj supports the service of everyone in Vrindavan. And that's why Giriraj is Haridasa Varyo. He's the best of all the devotees. In Braja Bilas Stava, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami describes Indranilakura Rajita Param Swanabhadavara Shingaranjita Panduganda Girigar Bakar Vikaha, Pantuna Sapadi Krishna Denava. May Krishna's cows, who have very beautiful blue hooves that shimmer like sapphires, whose horns are painted golden, and whose complexions and shapes destroy the pride of small white mountains. May they protect us. It's hard for me to speak this slow, but I'm trying. So those cows are the life of Vrindavan. And as we sometimes mention in Gopal Champu, when Krishna told Nanda Maharaj, Bappa, father, you have to return to Vrindavan. Nanda Maharaj said, I'll stay here with you. It's complicated why Krishna said, I have to stay. I have to do the service. Vasudeva and Devaki have not even seen me. I have to stay for them. So you have to go back. And then Nanda Maharaj said, I'll stay with you. Krishna said, no, father. What will happen to mother? No, we'll also bring her to Mathura. Krishna said, father, what are you thinking? Do you understand what will happen if I stay here in Mathura and you stay? And Mother Yashoda, mother stays here also. Everyone in Vrindavan will die. It'll be the most terrible thing for them. And Nanda Maharaj says, then everyone in Vrindavan will come to Mathura and Mathura will become Vrindavan. That sounds pretty good, right? We'll travel with Srila Prabhupada. We'll go with Gurudev. We'll always be with him, right? That's very nice. Huh? But Krishna said, no, Father, you can't. And why can you not do that? Because of one thing, the cows. Krishna said, Father, we have so many cows. And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur in Sarta Darshani commentary, he says there's something like, I forget it, 100 quadrillion calves. That's something like, I don't know, over 100 million times more people than are on the planet today. And that's just the calves. And what to speak of the big cows. And Krishna said, Father, we have so many cows. How many parks are there in Mathura? Where are we going to feed them all? So if you love me, again, this consideration of service, you stay in Vrindavan and take care of the cows. So those cows are so very, very important to Krishna. Krishna's always taking care of them. And those cows are being nourished by Giriraj Govardhan. Hantaya Madhara Bala Haridasa Varyo Yad Rama Krishna Charana Spadasa Pramoda Manam Tanoti Sahago Ganayas Tayoryat Paniya Suyavasa. Suyavasa means grass. And this verse in the Gopi Geet is describing all the different ways that Giriraj serves in Vrindavan. And Suyavas means that he's giving the most wonderful grass. That grass is so wonderful that Suryadev, when he's doing his program circumambulating the universe, he stops every day at Govardhana Hill because his horses want to eat the grass on the top of Govardhana Hill. And that grass on Govardhana Hill nourishes the cows, by which they give milk. And that milk product, those milk products are the most important service for the residents of Vrindavan. But again, the gopis get the credit for that, not Giriraj. But if it wasn't for Giriraj, how would the cows produce that milk? So Giriraj is serving everyone. He's serving the cows. He's serving the deer. These are the pashu. And Raghunath Das Goswami in Braj Vilastava also offers prayers to the deer of Vrindavan. And I won't go there because our time's getting a little short. And Raghunath Das Goswami says, Brajanadu Pashu Pakshi. that Giriraj is Sokyaika Datta, the sole giver of happiness, to Braja Nara, the people of Braj, the Pashu, the animals, Pakshi, to the birds. In Braj Bilastava, Raghunath Das Goswami describes, Parichayara samagna kamam aratayarye madhuratara rutanaulasam ulasayanti braja bhuvi navayuno supriya pakshinaste vidatu mama sokyam sparam alakanena. Again, this word sokya is being used. And he offers his prayers to those pakshi, those birds of Vrindavan, because they're so very, very dear to Radha and Krishna. And those birds, sokyam sparam alokanenani, they increase the happiness of Radha and Krishna. And they delight me, he says, by giving me their merciful glance. So Giriraj is also supporting those pakshis, those birds of Vrindavan. So in this verse, in the previous verse, Raghunath Das Goswami was describing how Giriraj is the best of devotees. And here in the 9th verse, he gives a little more explanation of how. In that 8th verse, some reference is being given to this verse of the Gopi Gita, Hantaya Madhura Bala Haridasa Varyo. And the last part of the verse describes that Manam, that Giriraj, he's giving respect to everyone. This is the first thing. It's mentioning all the different ways that Giriraj nourishes. The word Vardhana means to nourish. And go means the cows. But go also means the gwalas, or cowherd people of Vrindavan. Go also means the senses of the cowherd people of Vrindavan. Go can also mean the gopis. So Govardhana, Govardhan Hill, is that personality who is nourishing all those different persons. And in the Gopi Gita, Srimati Radharani has spoken this verse, Handaya Madhura Bala Haridasa Varyo. And it describes the service. The service says that Giriraj is giving to all the residents of Vrindavan. And the first thing is said, Manam. He's giving his mind. Manam also means respect. He's giving deep respect. And how is he doing it? Manam tanoti. Tanoti means he's offering. Manam tanoti. What is he offering? He's offering to go ganayo, meaning the cows, the calves, the cowherd boys, the gopis. And what is he offering to them? Yet paniya, he's offering pani, very nice drinking water, which, as we spoke in our last session last year, Giriraj, it's a big subject. I'm going to say one sentence which would require 3 or 4 hours to unpack, but I'm just going to say the one sentence. Giriraj is Krishna's personified love for Radha. And that's, we established that in our last session. We also wrote a lengthy article about that to give a little boost for our magazine, in this issue of our magazine, how Giriraj is Krishna's personified love for Radha. So Giriraj is oozing water. Radharani, when she speaks about the service that Giriraj is offering, Manam, with great respect, Paniya is the first thing, this water, and that's the sweetest water, because it's water exuding from Krishna's personified love for Radharani. Paniya. And then Suyavas. Suyavas means very, very soft grass. And we spoke something about that. Kandara, the caves of Giriraj. And we spoke something about that. Kandamulai, the edible roots at Govardhana. So Giriraj is serving in all these different wonderful ways. He's showing great respect to all the residents of Vrindavan. And he's such a great devotee that Giriraj is not even wanting credit for what he's doing himself. So we've been speaking quite a bit lately on some words that Srila Prabhupada spoke in his last visit to Mauritius and that very famous place, which everybody should go to visit, right, Lalita Kun? Yeah, okay. Where Prabhupada said, civilization must be founded on love, not law. And so this very much reminds me of this Govardhan Basa Prarthana Dasakam prayers. And it very much reminds me of this contrast between Indra and Giriraj. Indra represents the law. As we would say in colloquial English in America, I'm the man, and I've been appointed. He was appointed to that position by Lord Brahma. He was given that position by Krishna, but he became very proud, and so much so that in the first verse of the Govardhana Basa Prarthana Dasakam, Raghunath Goswami describes one of the principal, fundamental qualities of Giriraj is Pratihata Madadristo Danda Devendra Garbha, that he smashes, Pratihata means to smash the Garbha, or the pride of Indra. And we spoke about that in our first session. I won't go back to today, but there's 3 different qualities of Indra's pride in different ways that Giriraj smashed it. So Giriraj is a team player. And in the previous verse, Raghunath Das Goswami is saying, I know about you, that you're the greatest of mountains. You're Haridas Avaryo, Srimati Radharani personally said this about you. Don't try to deny it. And now he's giving more specific examples about how Giriraj is the greatest of devotees. That Brajanadu Pasupakshi Sokyaikadatta. He's the primary source of happiness for all those personalities. And another meaning that Sokyaikadatta, what is their happiness? Their happiness is service. And Giriraj is supporting all of that. Indra is supposed to be supporting all that. That's his business. Because he's a devotee. And he's supposed to be supporting the devotees. But because Indra became more caught up in the law rather than love, he became proud. And he became useless. And he's not the greatest of devotees. And much greater than the king of heaven is this pile of rocks, who is serving everybody quietly in the background without wanting any appreciation for himself. And therefore, especially for devotees who want to relish Krishna Bhakti Ras, to associate with Krishna's Rasik devotees is even more important than associating personally with Krishna. And this is another meaning in this verse. When he's saying, Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. Giriraj is saying, what do you want to associate with me? Should I associate with Krishna? No. I want to associate with you. Because Raghunath Das Goswami knows the secret to associate with those Rasik devotees, to get residence near Giriraj, to get the qualities that Giriraj has. The Bhagavatam, the 7th chapter, the 3rd canto, text 19, describes Ratir Aso Bhavittibra Padayor Vyasanardana, that by serving or associating with great souls, then this rati, it arises, this love for Krishna's lotus feet arises. Similarly, Rupa Goswami in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu said, Rasika Sanga Ranginam. For someone who wants to taste this rasa, Rasika Sanga Ranginam, to associate with the devotee, with the Rasik devotees, is very, very blissful. Giver of happiness. Because there's more happiness don't want to go to Mathura. They want and this is Nija Nikata Nibasam. Dehi topmost service. So in the same way that Giriraj, he's Vardhana, he's the nourisher. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami has also said in a similar way about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Prabhu kahe ami vishvam bharanamadari nama sartaka hoya jari prema vishvabhari. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is thinking, my name, Ami Vishvambara Namadari, my name is Vishvambar. I maintain the entire universe. But that meaning, Namasartikahoya, will be actualized, Jari Premi Vishvabhari, if I can fill the whole universe with love of Godhead. So Giriraj is Govardhana, a similar synonym to Vishvambar. Vishvambar means to maintain the universe. Giriraj is Govardhana. He's also the maintainer of the senses, but he's doing this with love, where Indra is trying to do this with law. So I'll finish with a statement from Ramanujacharya from the Prapanamrita, which is a compilation of verses written by Anantacharya, one of the followers of Ramanuja. We took the essential teachings of Ramanujacharya. Vaishnavanam anustane nopayamatim unayet. Upayameva satatam unayet sumahamana. He said, don't consider service to the Vaishnavas as the process or as the means. If you think like that, you're in Maya. Rather, you should think it's the goal. It's the topmost goal. And the proof of that is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that he comes as a devotee because there's more happiness in being a devotee. The proof of that is Giriraj Govardhana, who is Krishna. The Garga Samhita describes Girirajo Hare Rupam Shriman Govardhano Giri. I'm speaking too fast. The Giriraj is directly Krishna, but he's come in the mood of a devotee. He's Krishna's personified love for Radha, who wants to serve. This is Radha wants to serve and facilitate the service of everyone. That's the nature of Giriraj Govardhana. And this is why in all of their prayers, our Goswamis have worshipped Giriraj as Haridas, not as Haridev. They worship him as a devotee, not with a flute. So he says, Vaishnavanam anustane no pamayamatim maniyat, that you should consider service, don't consider service for the Vaishnavas as the means of the process, it's the goal. Upayameva satatam unayet sumahamana. If you think that by serving the Vaishnavas, you can get some other fruits, then you're thinking that Vaishnav Seva is a means. But if you're thinking that because I've done all these other pious activities, then I'm getting Vaishnav Seva, that's understanding it as the goal. And this is the heart of Giriraj. And this is something of the purport in this verse, that Giriraj, he's Sokyaika Datta. He's a primary giver of happiness to all the residents of Vrindavan because he's giving them some opportunity to serve. The famous verse, Bhakti Stu Bhagavad Bhakta Sangena Parijayate, often quoted by our acharyas from the Brihan Naradiya Purana. Let's just slow down. describes how bhakti comes by the mercy of the devotees. Comes from the bhakti. But in this verse from the Govardhan Basa, Prarthana Dasakam, this is very difficult for the devotees to translate because I'm using so much Sanskrit, and these are words that most of the devotees don't know. So please forgive me, whoever's translating. I'm probably killing you. He says, although it said, Bhakti stu bhagavad bhakta sangena parijayate, that by association with the devotees we get bhakti, now we're getting even a more refined understanding from Raghunath Das Goswami, that principle. That these types of bhakti, different types of bhakti, come from those who possess it. And Braj Bhakti can be obtained from the residents of Braj. And it's Giriraj Govardhan who's serving all of them in such a wonderful way. So I've gone a few minutes later than I wanted to go. So if anybody has any questions or reflections, I'll take one or two questions, and that's all we can take. I'd like to hear if anybody has any thoughts about what we've been speaking today. Ajita Narayan Prabhu, Hare Krishna. Nice to see you online there. Mataji, Hare Krishna. Okay, so I'm getting some feedback here. Brajabanita from Israel says, what does it mean that Govardhan is a personification of love of Radha and Krishna? Are there any other personification of Radha and Krishna's love? Well, that's a very big question. We spoke about this. It took us 3 days last year, over 3 hours, to explain this answer to that question. You can listen to the recordings from last year. How Giriraj is a personification of Krishna's love for Radha. Are there any other personifications of Radha and Krishna's love? Yes, Vrindavan is a personification. Please, somebody should...
Don't need now.
Maybe you should mute everybody. Thank you. Vrindavan itself is a personification of Radha and Krishna's love. Jamuna is a personification. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a combination of Radha and Krishna. He's a personification of Radharani's love for Krishna. The devotees themselves, Krishna enters into them, that prema enters into them. They're also the personification. They're known as Krishna Kripa Shri Murti, or the personification of mercy of Krishna, and indicating that they're the personification also of the love of Radha and Krishna. And there's a comment, thank you very much for reporting all these praises of Govardhan Hill. Yet Govardhan sits there quite passively and is not known for activity of his own. Are there any examples of Govardhan becoming active himself? As a servant of Krishna, he should be actively engaged in his service, not just passively. Well, it looks like Giriraj is passively doing service, but he's not. He's very, very busy. He's taking care of so many trees. He's taking care of so many caves. He's providing so many different streams of water for Radha and Krishna. He's maintaining every blade of grass there on Govardhan Hill. But it's not passive. It's just quiet. It's just background service. In this regard, there are two types of seva described, hoitaki seva and ahoitaki seva. Hoitaki seva means with a motivation. Indra has a motivation. Don't you know? Krishna gave me this position. He put me in charge, and that's the law. And you should give respect and follow what I have to say because I'm in charge. So there's some motivation for some pride and position. But better than that is ahoitaki seva, service which has no motivation, service which is not even known about. As Prabodhananda Saraswati describes in one verse of Vrindavan Mahimamrita, He said, may I leave my body in Vrindavan, in a place where no one knows me, where no one even knows that I've died. Let me become so insignificant. And he doesn't want that kind of position. Other examples of ahoitaki seva, or service without a motivation, are sometimes when someone gives a donation, but they don't want their name. No, they don't give their name. Or when we chant japa, how many devotees talk about, oh, did you see, Nari chanted japa this morning, really good japa. How many devotees speak about that? They don't talk about that. They talk about who collected the most money, right? Who distributed the most books. And that's okay. That's like the service of Indra in one sense. But there may be some motivation. And Giriraj is teaching us that the best service is that service which is unmotivated, ahoitaki seva. So I'm going to stop there. And I want to thank everybody very much for taking part. It's not such an easy thing, but we should have faith in a principle that by hearing Krishna Katha, we're being in Vrindavan more than someone who may physically be there. Because there's different types of darshan of the holy Dham. And one type of darshan is just that darshan with the senses, that indra sparsha, what we see with our eyes and things. But higher than that is sabda darshan, where we hear. And Prabhupada says that seeing means to hear. We see Vrindavan by hearing about it, and we can go there. And so we can complain about this pandemic, and sometimes even devotees do, and maybe there's some nefarious purpose behind what's going on behind it. But personally, I think that when something happens that I can't control, I see it as Krishna's hand. And then I look to see, what does he want me to learn? And one of the lessons I see in this pandemic right now is that we should go to Vrindavan, not on the pathway of the train ticket or the plane ticket, but we go to Vrindavan now on the pathway of the heart, on the pathway of the ear, by hearing Krishna Katha. And so it's appropriate this year we have this Govardhana retreat online. So I'm going to stop there and turn you back over to the devotees who are managing things.
Prabhuji, Hare Krishna. There is 5 minutes more. Do you want to take another question?
Sure, I can do that.
Yes, okay. I think you get it on your WhatsApp. Okay. It's on your WhatsApp.
Okay, I see one question here in our Zoom chat from Leela Purushottam in Czech Republic. And he says, hearing about Indra's disqualifications, I wonder what's the reason of him being mentioned in the Paribhas Sutra Bhagavatam 1.3.28. That's the verse that's the second part of it, but Krishna's tu Bhagavan Swayam, that Krishna is the source of all avatars. And the second line describes Indrari Vyakalam Lokam Mridayanti Yuge Yuge, that again and again Krishna comes to support Indra. So why is Indra being mentioned there? Because Krishna appreciates his service. And Krishna always supports, as painful as it is, I hear devotees even complain about it wherever I go in the world, as painful as it is, God always supports organized religion. He does. I live in Jagannath Puri, and it's really messed up with the Jagannath Mandir. They don't let Western devotees inside. They wouldn't let Haridas Thakur inside. They wouldn't let Rupa and Sanatana Goswami inside. But still, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu supported the Jagannath Mandir. He didn't argue with their policies. He didn't try to make a revolution against it. He did make a revolution, But his revolution was a revolution of consciousness, not a revolution of weapons and fighting. Sachi Pran has asked how to develop the mood of Giriraj as a devotee. Well, what we can do, we can meditate on Giriraj, that pile of rocks, who is serving, who's the foundation, who's Sokyaika Datta, who's the main source of happiness for all the residents of Braj. And how he's serving everyone else's service, how he's assisting them, but he's not taking any credit for himself. And that's a very, very deep and beautiful thing, that we should just simply want to serve the devotees. We should want to facilitate all the other devotees. That's, to use a big word coming from a small mouth, that's Gopi Bhav. That's the mood of the gopis, whose mood is to always push someone else forward to Krishna rather than themselves. So let's see. There's some other question here. In the Nectar of Instruction, it is said, should we stop there, Prashanta?
No, go ahead, Prabhu. This is the last question.
Okay. In the Nectar of Instruction, it is said that Govardhana is even more elevated than Vrindavan and Mathura. That encourages us devotees to come to Govardhan Dham. But personally, I often feel unworthy because I knowingly still commit offenses to Vaishnavas. I still am not a well-developed individual. This creates resistance in the mind. Whenever the thought comes to visit the Dham, in such a case, how can I gain clarity of thought or feeling? Well, for those of us who find ourselves in such a sad situation as you're describing, and I'm in that situation also, we don't pray that please grant me residence near you, but we pray Govardhanatva, that you please give me the quality of Giriraj, like your quality. Let me serve the Vaishnavas. And we can establish Vrindavan in this world, not just by going to physical Vrindavan and taking photos, but we establish Vrindavan by establishing the mood of Vrindavan. And therefore, Giriraj is Sokyaika Datta. He's the sole giver of happiness, meaning he's the giver of the mood of Vrindavan, because he has that mood of Ohaitaki Seva, of serving without any motivation for himself. And this is something we can learn. We're speaking in a very high way from the teachings of Raghunath Das Goswami, but this is something we learn from the most basic teachings of Srila Prabhupada, that we should always push the other devotees forward and appreciate all the other devotees. And just like we should appreciate Prashanta, who I'd like to ask to take over now. Thank you very much. Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself.
Madhavananda Prabhu Ki Jai. Thank you so much for taking us to the heart of the Vrindavan consciousness, Madhavananda Prabhu. Hearing about Govardhan from you helps us understand and appreciate more and more Giriraj. So we are a little pained this year that we will be hearing only once from you in terms of class. We will meet you again on the last day. We'll be together again on the last day. This is just a little flavor that we are giving of the Govardhan retreat. And we are happy to say that actually, because it's online, it is reaching many more devotees, many devotees who could never be with us. So thank you for your wonderful presentation. Now, devotees, we are going to continue in the same mood. We are going to actually hear, sing and meditate on the Govardhan Vas Prarthana Darshakam. We are going to hear a narration of the entire Dasakam. Dasakam means it's a poetry in 10 stanzas. So we are going to hear that while looking at beautiful images of Giriraj. And please stay tuned, stay with us.
Оставайтесь с нами.
Right after the Govardhan Vas Prarthana Dasakam recitation, we will be together with Sachinandan Maharaj and Burijan Prabhu to conclude this first day of the Govardhan retreat. And stay on still. In the very end of the day, we will have a little interactive time. You can send comments, and express yourself right after the end of the last evening session. Nijapati bhuja danda chatra bhavam prapadya pratihatamada drishto danda devendra garva atula prithula chela shreni bhupa priyame nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhana tvam nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhana tvam. O Giriraj Govardhan, you became the umbrella atop the handle of the arm of your Lord and crushed the pride of proud, arrogant, impudent Indra. You are the incomparable king of all great mountains. Please, give me a dear dwelling near you, O Govardhan. Ramadamadanalila Leela Kandare Kandarete Rachayati Navayunor Gandvamasmin Namandham Itikila Kalanartham Lagnakasta Dvayorme Nijanikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam Nijanikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. O Giriraj, the divine couple liberally enact pastimes of mad love in your caves. So that I can see these pastimes, please give me a dwelling near you, O Govardhan. Anupamamani Vedi Ratna Singhasanorvi Ruha Jaradara Sanudroni Sanghe Shunangai Sahabala Sakive Sankhelayan Swapriyame Nijanikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam Nijanikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. You induce your beloved to joyfully play with Balaram and his friends amidst your trees, brooks, caves, plateaus, valleys, and incomparable jeweled terraces which resemble jeweled thrones. O Govardhan, please give me a dwelling near you. Rasanidhi Navayuno Sakshinim Danakele Jyoti Parimala Vidham Shyama Vedim Prakashya Rasika Varakulanam Modamas Palayane Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. O Govardhan, you provide the dark, lustrous, fragrant terrace that witnesses the fair pastimes of the young couple who are an ocean of rasa. and you delight the best amongst those who relish rasa. Please give me a dwelling near you, O Govardhana. Haridayitama purvam gradhika kundamatma priya sakhamiha kanthe narmala lingya gutta navayuva yuga khelas tatra pasyan rahome nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam. Playfully embracing around the neck your dear friend Radha Kunda, the incomparable favorite of the Lord, you hide in a secluded place behind her and watch the pastimes of the young couple. Oh Sri Giriraj, please give me a dwelling near you. Stala jala tala shaspe bhruhu chayayacha Pratipadamanukālam hanta sambardayanga Trijagati nijagotram sarthakam khyapayame Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam. You always fully nourish the cows everywhere with your land, your water, plains and grass, and the shade of your trees. And thus you proclaim the fulfillment of your name throughout the three worlds. Please give me a dwelling near you, O Govardhana. Surapati krita dirga drohato goshtagraksham Tava navagriha rupa syantare kurvataiva Aghabakari purnotche dattamana dhrutame Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam. O Govardhan, you are highly honored by Sri Krishna, the enemy of Agha and Baka, who protected his community from the onslaught of Indra beneath your form as their new home. O Giriraj, please, quickly, give me a dwelling near you. Girinripa Haridasa Shreni Varyeti Nama Mritamidam Shri Radhika Vaktra Chandrat Vrajanavatilakatve Klipta Vaidekitame Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. O King of mountains, when the nectar of your name, Haridasa Varya, the best of the Lord's servants, came forth from the moon-like face of Sri Radhika, you were clearly established by the Vedas as the new Tilak of Braja. Please, give me a dwelling near you, O Govardhana. Nija Janayuta Radha Krishna Metri Rasakta Rajanara Pashupakshi Vrata Sokye Kadata Aganita Karulatvan Mam Nirikrichatantam Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam Nija Nikata Nivasam Dehi Govardhanatvam. O Govardhan, you alone give happiness to the people, to the animals, and to the birds of Braj, who are filled with the mood of friendship towards Radha. Krishna and their companions. You are immeasurably merciful. So please accept me, a wearied soul, and give me a dwelling near you, O Govardhana. Nirupadikarunena Sri Sachinandanena Trayikapatishatopi Tadpriyena Arpitosmi Iti khalu mama yogya yogyatam tamagruhnam Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam Nija nikata nivasam dehi govardhanatvam. O Govardhan, although I am insincere and deceitful, I have been given to you by your dear Sri Sachinandana, who is unconditionally merciful. So please do not judge whether I am qualified or unqualified, and give me a dwelling near you, O Govardhan. Rasadadashakamasya Srila Govardhanasya Kshitidhara Bhartuya Prayatnadadhite Sasapadi Sukhadesmin Vasamasadi Saksat Chubada Yugala Seva Ratnamapnoti Turnam Chubada Yugala Seva Ratnamapnoti Turnam. One who carefully studies these 10 nectarian verses describing the king of mountains, Sri Govardhan, will soon attain a dwelling at this joyous place and quickly attain the precious jewel of personal service to the divine couple.
Hare Krishna. Can I please have a sign? Do you hear me acoustically?
Yes, yes, Maharaj, full voice. Yes, thank you.
Voice. Thank you so much, Prashanta, for bringing us also visually towards the side of Giriraj. I think we all can say from practical experience that we do feel his presence and we miss his presence. Thank you also, Madam Ananda Prabhu, for giving us a framing in which we can understand Giriraj's glories and his significance in our life even better. Yes, he is supporting as servants do. Prabhupada once said about himself, I have come to encourage all of you. This encouraging or support is necessary. As our first half day, so to say, of the Govardhana retreat comes to an end, Bhuijan Prabhu and myself will give you just a little tuning that could help you to make the best use of the following 4 days. I thought we would start to sing a little kirtan. I request you, although you sit before your computers, to join us, and then Bhuijan Prabhu will say something as far as I know. Prashanta, please correct me if I'm wrong, and afterwards I will conclude. Is that true? I think it is.
I think, Maharaj, that no, you are the one who speaks first, and
Good.
then Bhuijan Prabhu. Yes.
Good. Fine. Thank you. Oh, my dear everyone, I think we all agree online kirtans are not the same as sitting, but we can still sing along. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jai Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jai Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Shama Sundar Radha, Shama Sundar Sri Radhe. Jaya Giri Govardhan, 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 Jaya Giri Govardhan. Hare Krishna. Since time immemorial, people of all cultures and religious beliefs have gone to sacred mountains in order to experience the presence of the Lord. There are many sacred mountains known to the world. For instance, Mount Sinai, where it is believed that the Lord appeared to the Christian people as a burning bush, and where he gave them the commands which they follow. Mount Tabor, the 5 great mountains in China, where one of them you can still see the Buddha coming. Mount Judy in Turkey, Mount Fuji in Japan, Mount Athos and Olympus in Greece. Sacrimonti means the holy mountain in Italy. Staltinden in Norway. and I have a whole list of 50 sacred mountains here. Nevertheless, Sri Govardhana in Vrindavan is considered to be the supreme because he is an incarnation of the Lord who said, Shiloh's me, I'm that mountain, as well as a servant of the Lord. And this is the mountain, the only mountain to my knowledge, which was taken up in the hand of God and lifted. Therefore, taking his shelter offers the supreme shelter to the living entities of this world. On an online retreat, we seek shelter at Giriraj through hearing about him and remembering him. A very good precedent of this is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, whose disappearance festival we are observing today. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur had his main temple and ashram, his mat, in Mayapur, and he made sure to install Radhakund there, I believe also Shyamakund, and he gathered a good size hill, the Govardhana, there in Mayapur, and made arrangements that pilgrims could circumambulate him, and also learn this mantra which we have chanted, Namaste Girirajaya Shri Govardhana Namine Ashesha Klesha Nashaya Paramananda Dhaine. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur put that semblance of a mountain everywhere in Mayapur, and circumambulated. Devotees from all over the world worship Giriraj as his Shila at their home place. and the devotees now at the online Govardhana retreat, think of their relationship to Giriraj from wherever they are, America, India, I think also China. I'm very pleased that the attendance already supersedes or is greater in this online retreat than actually in the physical retreat which we have given near Jatipur. The main way in which we worship Giriraj here is through listening to his katha. This will be the last point. You can actually be experiencing the tremendous benefits of this most sacred of all mountains, this mountain which gives the greatest amount of shelter, by simply listening with your mind open and your heart open to the narrations that have already gone on. Madhavananda started, and tomorrow very punctually we will start the beggar's precious gifts. Oh, very good. And then there will be two other kathas, one by Jagatarini Mataji, who will tell in her unimitable way how the trees tell stories, the trees of Vrindavan. But listening here is very much highlighted in the Bhagavatam. Who in human society can be satisfied without hearing sufficient talk of the Lord, whose lotus feet are the sum total of all places of pilgrimage, and who is worshipped by the great sages and the devotees. Kas tripnuyat tirtapato bidhanat. Who can be satisfied without hearing sufficient talk of the Lord? Such topics, see what they can do for you. Such topics can cut off one's bondage to material affection simply by entering the holes of one's ear. Prabhupada here says something amazing. He says, Krishna Katha is the only remedy for all people of the world, because it can situate one in pure consciousness of the self and liberate one from material bondage. This text you can find as a verse in Canto 3, Chapter 5, Text 11. It is amazing that this katha has this amazing power, especially if hearing is connected with the sacred place. No? Therefore, the scriptures always say we should do our hearing in Vrindavan, either physically or as we do now, mentally. I really wish that you can inform your friends of this unique opportunity. Please make some time to be present for all the various kathas which have been arranged so that even the American people, without having to be there at an inhuman time, they can see it. It will be time delayed. It will be broadcasted to them. So everyone, either Europe, or, Asia, or America, can take part in this wonderful service. Really, any good program, spiritual program, starts with building it a determination, a desire, and some practical steps how to make this possible. And I request you really now or a little later to really make this determination. You can say, I wanted to be physically there this year, but it was not possible. Therefore, let me take full advantage of the upcoming presentations. At this time, in Vrindavan, we would all be in the pandal. We would feel Giriraj's presence. Well, we would sit, Bhurijam Prabhu and myself would be at the stage. Giriraj would be on this side. For you, you would sit facing the stage, and Giriraj would be on your left side. But we would feel him somehow, even in the darkness, touching us. And when we would leave the big tent, we would go past a beautiful Giriraj Shila. Some of you will have recognized that Shila in the last presentation by Prashanta. You know, and he had at various times a laddu, a barfi, even a date with marzipan inside in his mouth. So yes, that would be the situation. And we would not dare to end the retreat without Bhurijam Prabhu, who would encourage us to chant. I hope you are, yes, he is there. This time Bhurijam Prabhu has become 1 year older, so we will hear his 1 year younger self, I believe. But you better introduce what you are going to do. Please, yes. Bhurijam Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Thank you for your emphasis on hearing and focusing on the opportunity we have and letting others know as well. But the day is coming to its end. And especially in New Zealand, it's like 2 in the morning or something like that. In Melbourne, it's 12 at night. And in Perth, it's coming close to 9 o'clock at night. And what I would like everyone to do is, because we've had a relatively intense first day in one sense of our retreat. So everyone take a moment and actually just close your eyes and place yourself in your mind in front of Giriraj. And then find yourself a tree in front of Giriraj. But don't all crowd the same tree. But find yourself a lonely place with Giriraj in front of you and a tree. And then very, very, very simply fold your hands and get as close to the dust of Vrindavan as you practically can. And then open up your heart right now. But no need to tell Giriraj all the difficulties, but rather just make your deepest and sincerest prayer to Giriraj. Why don't you do that right now? And we'll just take a minute for that. But make it really deep and sincere, or as deeply as you can and as sincerely as you can. The real secret desires in your heart on the deepest level. And say them with some feeling and sincerity. and then offer some prayers for others. And Giriraj's soft heart will melt your soft heart. Okay. Please open your eyes. And what we're going to do now is something quite radical. Usually what we do is one of the, after the last closing advice is given by Maharaj. Maharaj invites me to stand up in front of everyone and say, Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki jai. And we will do that now. And what I would like everyone to do is stand up and put your hands in the air. We won't see you in the camera, but this is what I want you to do also. And I'm not going to be able to say it loudly. And depending upon where you are, you can say it as loudly as you practically can. If happen to be in China, I wouldn't advise you to say it too loud because some of your neighbors may not deeply understand. So please keep in mind the practical circumstances that you find yourself in. I shall also adjust my camera here. While keeping in your mind the practical circumstances you find yourself in, but really put your heart into chanting. Now,
Giriraj Maharaj ki
Jai!
Giriraj Maharaj ki
Jai!
Bolo Giriraj Maharaj
Jai!
Jai Shri Ram
Radhe!
Jai Shri
Shri
Ram
Radhe! Jai
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 Shri
Shri
Ram
Radhe Shyam.
it feels like home. Okay, Prasanta.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Giraj Maharaj ki jai. That was very wonderful.
Yes.
So,
I'm going to disappear right now.
all right. We meet everybody tomorrow. You have your schedules according to your time zones. It is 2 p.m. IST. We are based here at the foot of Giriraj Govardhana. So we meet again at 2 p.m. IST. Now, those who wish to have some exchange, put up comments, the chat has been enabled. And you can unmute yourself if you like as well. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I also want to
Yes.
follow Burijam Prabhu's advice. Now maybe I stay a little bit without the picture. I need to just do something. But thank you all very much and have a wonderful, exciting first full day in the tomorrow, starting tomorrow. I wish you really that you have the best retreat online and get a lot of strength for the upcoming year. Thank you so much and Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Thank you, Prashanta Mataji, for organizing such a nice retreat. I just want to tell you, it just made us feel we are at Govardhana. So thank you.
Hari
Thank
Hari
you.
Bol Madhumati, Hari Krishna.
I'm really looking forward to the retreats, to all the speakers, and yeah, thank you for arranging. We're hoping that you would do something like that. So gratitude.
Hari Krishna. Thank you for coming.
Go on. Thank you, Prasanta. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
It's Radha Shakti and Jagat Priya.
Hari Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Thank you. It was really, really wonderful.
Oh, sorry.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Prashanta Mataji and team of VIHT. I am from Delhi, India. I am very
Hari Bol
grateful.
Diksha.
We are feeling so grateful sitting in the Gopinath garden right next to Govardhan. Everything is same, Mataji. Thank you so much. Yes, personally, we cannot feel you, cannot touch you, but yes, we feel at Gopinath garden. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Dandavat Pranam.
Gopinath Anna, Giriraj. Okay. People come, it's just offering their appreciation.
Hare Krishna Mataji, thank you so much. This is Shweta from Nagpur.
It's okay.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Oh, Janak Prabhu, we see you
Hare
now.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
The door
Very
to
nice.
China
Hare
Yatra.
Hare Krishna, Prashanta Mataji, and Chatura.
Hare Krishna Chatura. Wonderful to see you. Thank you for your darshan.
Yay. Yeah. See. Hare Krishna, Jagannatharani Mataji.
Hare Krishna Chatura. Hare Krishna. Lovely to see you.
Nice to see
Hare
you.
Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prasanta.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna from Mayapur. Thank you so much for the service, Mataji. It's wonderful. You feel the presence. You're all so together in energy, in spirit. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you.
Did you see our Giriraj?
Yes. So sweet.
His name is Braj Tilak.
Oh, really? Wonderful. Jai. And I love to see the photos of the other Giriraj and the Prashadam. That was the best.
No, in the video pictures.
This is Mother Sukavaha.
Oh, Sukavaha Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare
Dandavat
Krishna,
Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam to all of you. Thank you so much. What a blessing you've given us, on what a blessed way to begin the new year. It's just such an empowering, heartfelt, that we can feel connected despite the distance. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Nice to see you again, Mother Jagatarini. And I'm so excited to hear what the trees have to say.
Haribo, nice to see you, Sukavaha.
Hare Krishna.
So happy to see you here. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prasanta Mataji. It's really nice what you have done for us. I'm from London, and we met before. So thank you very, very much. And Hare Krishna to Gorangi as well. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Mataji. Dandavat Pranam.
Hare Krishna, Bhai Nishinga Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Hari Hari.
Dandavat Pranam Mataji.
You are attending the retreat too.
Very
Very
nice.
good.
Very nice. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Mataji, this is Aditya
Hare
Narayan. Thank you so much for the wonderful association and bringing all of us to Sri Giriraj Maharaj. It's just so wonderful to again feel the presence of Giriraj in all your wonderful association. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Wonderful, Prabhu. Thank you. Jai Shri Janani, Hari
Hare Krishna,
Hari.
Mataji. Dandavat Pranam, Mataji. Such a nice experience, and you have the. I am so grateful to all the team, all the Maharaj, and all the Prabhu. Such a nice experience. I can't say anything. Hare Krishna, Dandavat
Hare
Pranam.
Krishna.
Krishna, 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 Hare Rama,
Hare